We will call the Newburgh-Dundee Public Schools regular session and executive session to order at this time, and we will stand and have the flag salute. The first business item tonight, since it's start of a new board year, is to elect a chairperson. So are there any nominations for chair?
I would like to nominate Deb Bridges.
Is there a second? Is there a discussion? If not, do you want to discussion?
I think point of order, we have any other nominations?
Oh, are there any other nominations? Yes, thank you.
I would like to nominate Trevor Dehart.
Is there a second? With no second, then that nomination will not go forward. Is there any other nominations? If not, all those in favor of Deb Bridges being chair? All those opposed? Abstained? Okay, thank you. Deb, you're now the chair. Thank you. Congratulations.
Well, thanks, Nancy. You'll be a hard act to follow. Okay, so now we're going to be nominating vice chair. And if we have any nominations for vice chair, I'd like to hear that.
I'd like to nominate James Wolfer as vice chair.
I second that. Discussion or other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Jeremy. Cade.
Is there a second for Jeremy?
I'll second.
I guess any others? And so the nomination for, so then I guess we have to just do the hand vote for Director Wolfer as vice chair. Yes, you are. Okay. So we have, sorry, I keep clicking this. 4 in favor. Any opposed? 1. And any abstain? 2. So that motion passes. Okay. So now we're going to recess into executive session. And just so because of the weather, it is very warm in that part of the building. We are going to be using this space for our executive session. And so after I'm finished reading all of the important legalese, just let you know that's why we're doing this a little differently. So the Newburgh-Dundee Public School Board will now meet in executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660, 2D, 2E, 2F, and 2H. And those are delineated in the agenda, which allows the board to meet in executive session. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the audience are asked to leave the room. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on or otherwise disclose any of the deliberations or anything said about these subjects during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decision may be made in executive session. At the end of the executive session, we will return to open session and welcome the audience back into the room. So thank you. For those of you who are not media, and if media want to come up to the front row, you're welcome to do that. Might make things easier for you. We are good to go. Okay, so we're back in session now for the July board meeting. It is 7:05. And do we have any agenda additions or deletions?
Yeah, I think we're gonna go back into executive session at the end. I just want to put that on the agenda at the, for the labor negotiations.
Thank you for that reminder, because we were very aware that that executive session was very long. So we decided to take the final piece of the executive session at the end. Okay, so next up is the consent agenda. We do have a deletion. We don't have the board meeting minutes for the 6/18 or the 6/24 meeting. Our apologies. Our board secretary has been very busy with a myriad of things. But otherwise, do we have a motion regarding the consent agenda?
Yeah, I move that the Newburgh Dundee Public School Board of Directors approve the consent agenda as amended.
Any second?
Second.
Any discussion? Other than the great thanks to both the Austin Family Foundation and the Newburgh Rotary Foundation for their generous donations. Okay, all in favor? Okay, and the motion passes. Now is the time for public forum. So if we have anybody who wanted to come speak, this would be the time. Did we have any forms? Do we have anybody online? Nope. Okay. Well, no, that takes some time off the agenda. Okay, so then let's move into the reports, presentations, and discussions item. We're beginning with the budget update with Gay Ellen Jacobson and Dr. Radich. And while we're working on that, I'd like to say hello and welcome to our student representatives to your first board meeting. Welcome.
Can you hear us? Yeah. We cannot hear you, no.
We're having some difficulties with Galen's audio, so we'll go ahead with my presentation and then hopefully she'll be able to get that repaired and we can hear from her directly. So I this evening would like to present to the Board of Directors and the community update regarding the school district status. And there are 5 areas that I'd like to address. I'd like to talk about the buckets or how we plan to fill this hole, some action plans, communications, recalibrating, and then accountability. So currently we're looking at various strategies to fill our estimated budget hole of $12 to $13.5 million. So one of the buckets, number 1, is to work with our associations, both our classified and licensed and administrative groups, relative to salary benefits, potential furlough days, and then also to take a very strong look at leaves of absences and substitute costs.
Those labor negotiations are ongoing. I've met with the Newburgh Education Association at least twice. We're scheduled to meet with the Oregon School Employees Association next week. And we'll have meetings with to consult, confer, and discuss with the administrative groups and the confidential groups also next week. The second bucket strategy is to make administrative reductions in the district. I have identified positions at the district office, at the elementary and secondary schools. I'm not announcing those this evening, other than to say that the superintendent is recommending reductions in those in the administrative positions. The third bucket of potential savings is to look at the concept of shared use at Joanne Austin Elementary. As the board is aware, the enrollment in that school is down. The other conversation we've had with the staff and the principal was to consider using one floor or a wing of the building and closing off the other until such time as we can determine our next steps. I will be talking later in the board meeting tonight about a potential shared use for that building. The fourth bucket is to recode our grants when those are legally possible. Sometimes we have grants where the legal language allows us to code certain functions or positions within the grant guidelines. If we can reasonably and legally do that, we will. I don't hold out great hope for that, but there are some possibilities as we look through the federal guidelines for most of these grants, as well as looking at the Education Service District grant. I'm also looking at the construction excise tax. That construction excise tax occurred when I was first in the district. And we need to look to see whether those funds, how they're expended currently and whether they can be put to better use given our current budget crisis. The fifth bucket, and a huge one, are staffing allocations. Galen Jacobson, our interim director of finance, has spent literally hours and hours and hours of time working on a reallocation of staff based on the significant drop in enrollment and a significant overstaffing. As the board is aware, prior to Galen coming on board and myself, there were at least 30 positions reduced from the school district. And those were a combination of licensed and classified and confidential staff. It would appear that our additional reductions are going to be significant. We are meeting with the Oregon School Employees Association tomorrow to share with them our recommendations for the classified reductions. And then we have a meeting scheduled on Thursday with all of leadership team, which is comprised of our school principals, assistant principals, and site leaders, as well as the association representatives from the Newburgh Education Association. I've also invited, if the board would like to appoint a couple members to participate. Galen will share at that time the proposed budget reductions and allocations for every school and center in the district. With those particular reductions are significant. They will come as a shock. Some of those reductions should have been made years ago. And what we're dealing with is an accumulation of considerable overstaffing and not enough funds to pay for that, including a significant drop in enrollment. It's going to be a very difficult day on Thursday and as well as tomorrow when we begin to discuss the classified reductions. We're talking about reductions across all specialty groups and all classifications. The only bucket that we have not touched yet are program reductions. We may have to get there if we cannot fill this hole. The next bucket is, as the board is aware, we have significant costs in contracted services. Galen and I are going to do everything we can to reduce the contract service amount by 50%. In 23-24, the contracted services were at $3.1 million. And those include everything from agencies who are locating specialists for us in speech, physical therapy, ed assistants, huge recruitment in education assistants. We are way overstaffed in education assistance in the special education area, considerably overstaffed. We have a considerable amount of funding going to HVAC services to the tune of about $360,000 expended in 23-24 alone. Back in the day when I worked here, we had our own HVAC specialist and they managed the system. Certainly things have changed since I worked here last, and there may be some reason to contract some of that, but it's time to grow our own people. The other major driver in contracted services would be substitute costs and the hiring of substitutes. It is absolutely unconscionable to have this number of substitutes in the district and the amount of money that's going into those fees. It's way beyond anything. And part of what we talked about earlier, the legislation passed recently in Oregon, I think, has contributed in large part to staff absenteeism, which is a driver for substitutes. The next bucket is savings. This is not going to yield as much as people would think. Obviously, we're going to try to trim electricity, supplies, equipment, and textbooks, and really ask our community to help us out in those areas. The area that I think is important to address that the community and sometimes our staff do not understand, we can make some reductions in transportation, but we have some legal obligations, and we are going to look very seriously at routes and ridership. However, the transportation budget is reimbursed by the state 70%. That is not the case with some of these other funds that I was talking about, including the contractual services. So you're going to hear tonight from 4 individuals who represent a number of our leadership team and association representatives regarding savings, how to build community during this difficult time, the kind of community supports we're going to need, and how to market the district to attract increased enrollment. The area you're also going to hear some about this evening is from Claudia Stewart, our interim Director of Communications. And Claudia will talk with you about this, a summary of the listening sessions. We are publishing currently question and answers on the budget that have been sent in from community members. We are also accepting online submissions and engaging our stakeholders in the RIF process. Sometimes when districts undergo a significant reduction in force, it's done behind closed doors. It is absolutely essential that the entire reduction in force process be as transparent as we can possibly make it. The individuals who are going to lead that process are individuals from our own schools. They're not myself. Our job, Gay Ellen's and mine, was to get these ratios together in the allocations, and we're going to depend heavily on our associations and our school leaders and our staff to help us get through this process. It is very, very complicated. You have to be very careful. You have to weigh everything that's required in the bargaining unit, as well as the members' endorsements and their expertise to teach. The other thing that you will continue to see is I will be sending out to our staff every week superintendent updates so that they have a firsthand understanding before the public as to where we're headed and what the days ahead look like. I've already talked some about recalibration regarding applying new staffing ratios across the district. Those have not been applied from what we can see in some time. The other area that is very concerning to me is the need for systems analysis. It is very apparent as I review different systems within the school district that sometimes there are no systems and there are no checks and balances. We have got to implement those, and that includes training of our staff to do that correctly. It includes high levels of expectation and tight budget control. We also need to design this system for greater efficiency and for greater clarity and transparency. Without that, the faith that our community holds in us will not exist. We must continue to be efficient. And we must be clear and transparent in all the work that we do. Finally, under accountability, I met with the director of the fiscal plant services today. We talked about expectations. What are the expectations for custodians when they clean buildings? What should it look like? What are the standards? How do we hold ourselves accountable? And it's not just that area, it's all of our areas. What are the standards in this district? What are the standards for accountability? What are the standards for being accountable to be present for our children every day that we can? I think it's essential that in August, we implement something called Budget 101, which is a training session for every administrator who has budget approval rights in this district. I would recommend that we meet at least 4 times a year for continued training. We have individuals who do not understand their budgets, who've had no say in their budgets, and who obviously have had no accountability for their budgets. And the last area, and not least at all, we have millions of dollars in this district, as the board well knows, including bond funds, federal funds, state funds, and local funds. We must be in compliance with every single fund. Every single fund. We cannot ever go outside the boundaries of what a fund allows us to do legally. So that concludes my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do you want to mention the forensic audit?
Oh, thank you. On this evening's agenda, I will be making a request to the board for Galen Jacobson and myself to prepare a request for forensic audit services. We must get to the bottom of what has occurred. We must know what happened, when it happened, and how to avoid this in the future. We also must know if there are things that occurred that we're not aware of. We need to know what those were so we don't repeat those. So I'll be talking about that a little bit further later in the meeting. Thank you.
You have one question, and it just maybe you can provide an example. You mentioned systems now, so you kind of give a little description of it. Is that more like clerical system?
No, it's every system in the district. For example, let's just talk, I don't want to pick on custodians, or we'll say secretaries. In some of our schools, we have 4 secretaries, and the enrollment in those schools is less than I've ever seen. So why, and what are the systems? Why do we need 4? What are the systems in the school? Do they even talk to each other? Maybe they're fine. I don't think so. To require 4 people to manage a school of those sizes. We're talking middle school right now that has 4 each. So that's one area. I think, how do we process bills? Who signs for those? Who decides whether you can buy that or not? My understanding is, in terms of this very, very large group of special education assistants, there was no check and balance on that at all. There were no allocations for funds. People were allowed to add those, and they ballooned to an absolutely incredible number. It's just not acceptable. And so that there's have to be systems control, there has to be communications control. And when I use the term control, it's most of these designs, and I met with the tech department, they're very smart people. They're able to help design within their own unit how things should function better. And if they can't, then we can bring expertise to help them. So every group really needs to say, how can we do this better? How can we do it smarter? How can we be efficient? But the bottom line too is we're a caring organization, we're a people organization. We have to do this with care. We can't be ruthless, but frankly, we're to the point where with the kind of staffing reductions we're going to make, it's going to be ruthless and it's going to impact our schools.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I did not have a previous question, but I have another one now since you mentioned this. And this is kind of stems from the listening session that I attended with some parents. Is some of those systems controls you're looking doing, is this also to make sure, you talk about the 2 middle schools having 4 secretaries, but just the middle school triggered it, or like to make sure the middle schools are operating similarly, and so they're not too diverse in the way they operate?
There are some benefits, obviously, to having similar systems within the middle schools. However, we have to recognize that every school has its unique culture. And I don't have a problem with that. However, within that culture, the systems have to be within the legal boundaries. They have to be efficient. There should be good communication and transparency. So and you've done this, you walked into different elementary schools and you get a different feel and some enthusiasm and some passion for what that school really enjoys and celebrates. We shouldn't lose that individuality, but we are a school system. We are not independent school districts within schools. So systematically, we have to agree on what are the core values we have? How do we work that together? What are the basic structures that we need to all abide by so we can all function and survive in the system? Mhm.
Any other questions for Dr. Bradich? No? Okay. So moving on to,
I think Galen's.
oh, is Galen up? Okay.
Showing muted.
I think you're muted. Maybe?
Can she call into somebody's cell phone and you do speaker?
I think you can hear us. Will you call Dr. Radish?
Galen,
Yes,
go ahead, please.
okay. So, hopefully you can hear me now.
Not very well.
The allocation model, as Paula did tell you about, it allocates positions from all funds.
No, Galen, I think we're gonna, if it's okay with you, I think we're going to probably go on and then see if we can get your audio working. It's not working on the phone here. Thank you.
Are we gonna go on to property tours or are we doing continuing with updates? Okay.
That's really quick. So some of the board have indicated that you've not been able to view any of the vacant properties we own, let alone maybe even see some of the schools. So I'd like to create an open invitation to the board and we could work through Tabitha. So probably in the month of August, we could set up separate tours for any board member. And it could be any time of the day or night. I don't have any problem with that. And we would go to look at the vacant property we owned if you have not done so. And also to go into any of the schools that you'd like to see in person. So we'll have Tabitha kind of organize that and just let us know if you have an interest in that. And we'll try to set up times that I know everyone has different work schedules. But given how light it is at night, I think we can make it work pretty much any time of the day. And we're more than happy to do multiple tours.
Do you want to just go right into the Joanne Austin Elementary School update?
So the board is aware that Superintendent Phillips announced in May of 2024 that he had been in conversations with George Fox University and with ADEC regarding the potential use of Joanne Austin Elementary School as a daycare site. So at our June meeting, I recommended to the Board of Directors that Joanne Austin Elementary not be closed at this time. And then since Dr. Phillips' initial discussions with George Fox and ADEC, board leadership and I met with representatives of of George Fox University to begin exploratory conversations related to a possibility of a lease of Joanne Austin Elementary School and a proposal for shared use between the elementary school and a proposed daycare program. So we're in the very initial stages of that. We've had some ongoing conversations. The principal and Leslie Carsley have toured the building again with representatives from the university to look at the space. Today at 4 o'clock, we held a Zoom meeting with the staff of Joanne Austin Elementary to indicate that this conversation would be occurring at the board meeting, but it is very early. That is, I have nothing really specific to report this evening, other than to say we are in ongoing conversations.
And to clarify that this does not indicate any type of closure of Joanne Austin as an elementary school.
That's correct. The only recommendation that I had prior to this was that the school move to one floor if we can possibly make that work.
Would these discussions also include the potential that if enrollment were to increase later, I just want to make sure that we'd still have room. I know they're putting in like 800 homes there in the next few years.
Right.
So we just want to make sure that if Joanne Austin grew and needed that second floor, I wouldn't want to be locked out of that because George Fox has it.
Yeah, you raise an excellent point. First of all, I think it'd be wise to say that our discussions have been in the neighborhood of 5 to 7 year lease agreement. We don't have anything in writing. We clearly know that there are houses going in across from the school. Unfortunately, many of those are in the 600,000 plus range, although I've heard some recent reports that potentially there may be some houses going in that would be more family oriented in terms of cost. We do have ample space in other elementaries to absorb, even if there is a huge influx, to certainly absorb students within the next 5 to 7 years. If we have lost 1,200 students in 10 to 12 years, we're not going to gain those students back in 5 years, most likely.
Thank you.
I understand that it's early stages, but I also know that daycares typically involve renovation of spaces and that their sink and bathrooming requirements would probably look different than what the school has currently. Is it possible to include in conversations with Fox that they would incur those costs? And then also the down the line, if Joanne Austin is able to have that space back, what would sort of the re-renovation look like so that the school district can use the full building?
What you've discussed is critical. There's no doubt there would need to be some modification because there would be infants as well as very young children. The amount of space that we've discussed thus far is significant. The school is approximately 70,000 square feet. The amount of space we're talking about is less than a third of that. There would be undoubtedly modifications, and you're exactly right. Those costs would need to be borne by the lessor, as well as any change when the lease expires. So the board would be fully apprised of any of those conversations. Those conversations currently have just been verbal. There's nothing in writing. I did contact and visited with representatives of the university as late as today, and they were fine with me bringing this forward in a public meeting.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm gonna have a lot of the same concerns that I've had previously. I do worry how having infants and toddlers in the same building affects the I don't know, the experience of elementary school age kids trying to do their own thing. And I worry about non-teachers being in the building and what safeguards will be there for safety concerns. I understand that this is something that keeping our options open and doing good due diligence to make sure that we don't close any doors before we know how they all work. But I'm confused by that situation where I know that boundary for Joanne Austin is tiny. It's a tiny, tiny boundary. And so I'm more interested, is there any thoughts on changing the zones in the future so that they're more equitable to our community rather than just making that? I think that there's a lot of things. I appreciate that this is being spoken about publicly and that it's very early, but I just can't not state some of those concerns.
Thank you. These are excellent points. Yes, we have discussed the need probably for some boundary changes. Boundary change work is challenging. We have done that before, and we've done that when I worked here. It's a very careful process with the school's communities, and there's normally a process of grandfathering children in if the parent chooses to do that. And that's worked really fairly successfully over the years, but it has to be done carefully. It can't be done overnight. Well, you could, but I wouldn't advise it. You need to really think it through. And the question, part of the issue with Joanne Austin, and the board is probably aware of this, when Joanne Austin gifted the 10-acre of property where the school now sits, it probably wasn't the ideal location, given exactly what you're saying, because of the proximity to Antonia Crater and Maple Rush. However, it was such a wonderful gift. It was a flat piece of land. At that time, we had not purchased the other 10 acres that we had put in the bond, and it was not within the urban growth area either. So we needed property within the city to build the school. It's a beautiful site, as you know, and the plan was to build apartments right next to the school. And I don't know if that plan is still in their works, but I understand it's at least 10 or more years down the road. So it had potential. We also know that the dual language program and Ewing Young have pulled some of the students out of that school for whatever reasons parents choose to make. So there are a lot of factors relative to the safety and security of staff. Generally speaking, these facilities are highly regulated in terms of safety and security of staff. We have talked about different entrances and exits. We've talked about a variety of options that we could consider if we go that route. We haven't gotten into very full discussions simply because we're at the beginning of this, and I think we would need to get some kind of a proposal from the university before we would actually be more serious about getting all the information in. The earliest I think that this could even occur is a year down the road and possibly longer. So we should have ample time to plan if this came to fruition. It may not. It may not occur.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, so it looks like we're moving on to the budget work groups report.
So I'd
Can I
like the
see if you can hear me?
work group leaders to come forward up here to the podium, please. They'll have a brief presentation. As I mentioned to the board, we've tried to engage our staff in helping us look at budget solutions. So we've got Mark Brown and we've got Jen and Holly and Jillian. So Jillian, you're going to go first. I think we'll start with work group 1. And they're just only going to speak for a couple minutes, but certainly the board is invited to ask questions if you need clarification or have things you need to know.
We're gonna put the slides back up. So while we're working on those, if you go to the next slide, please. Work group number 1 focused on identifying savings for this particular group. It was a pretty large group and we categorized our savings into multiple buckets. So looking at reducing redundancy within our system savings, purchasing savings, cultivating community partnerships, and centralizing supplies. Could you go to the next slide, please? So we talked about varying costs of supplies, materials, equipment, printing. So right now, all of our schools order materials independently. And we talked about the value of potentially bulk ordering materials at the district level. As you know, the more you buy, the cheaper it gets. So we hadn't determined how much savings that could be, but that was one of the group's ideas, is that bulk purchasing option. I think there's one. Yep, perfect. So that came under the kind of the purchasing audit idea, is reviewing all of the materials and supplies that we're buying and figuring out if there is a cheaper way to do that in terms of the bulk purchasing. The next thing we talked about was doing a tech audit. Now, this is really talking about our online subscriptions and the add-on applications that we might use to support curriculum and instruction and maybe some of the communications throughout the district. And so is there areas there where maybe we have something that's doing the same job as another application? So really reviewing what are the tools we're using, what gets the most use, what is the most effective, and making some determinations there if there's anything that we might be able to reduce. And then the last area we really focused on was the facilities use protocol and whether or not the building usage policy and the procedures were being consistently utilized. So I know we want to be really great financial stewards and partners with the community, but are there opportunities that we have in terms of our facility use where we could be charging for the facilities, and are our current prices in line with other schools that might be charging for their facilities? So we focused on these 3 areas because we felt like they were things that we could do now. In the board packet, you'll see that there are many other ideas that were there, but those were a little bit further down the line.
So I was part of work group 2, and we were looking at caring and building our school community, and really in this time of frustration for a lot of people, in this time of unknowns for a lot of people, in this time of sadness, anger, the whole gamut of emotions, how do we make sure that we keep our focus where it needs to be? And really that led us to our first point, was making sure that all of us in any type of leadership position, from the board to the district administration, the building administration, to everyone working in our school buildings, that we keep our focus on our students and making sure that everything we do, every decision that is made goes through the lens of how does this affect students? And even when we know there's going to be some tough decisions that have to be made and decisions that are not going to be fun, how do we make sure that we clearly identify how this is going to affect students so that we can then meet those needs, knowing that some of these decisions are inevitable? So that's our first point. If you want to go to the next slide, I think these are laid out well there. The next one is the idea of trust, and really this trust between the district office, I think the board and district office administration kind of grouped together, and then everyone else out in the buildings doing the work. And I think, I always lean on Patrick Lencioni and his 5 dysfunctions of a team. The number one reason why a team does not work is because there's not trust. And right now, more than ever, we need to make sure that there's trust. And I think Dr. Radich is really leading us in that way and bringing everyone to the table. And that's how we're going to start to build that trust so that we can get through the hard days and months ahead, making sure that we might not all agree on all of the decisions, but we're going to do it together. There's going to be collective input, and we're going to do it again, looking back to making sure we do what is best for our students. And then really this idea, when we're talking about RIFs are tough. RIFs are not fun in this time, though. RIFs have to happen. Making sure that we remember while we're having those conversation about RIFs, and that's not just a conversation about a job, that's a conversation about a person and their livelihood and their family, and making sure that we do all of that with an immense amount of care. And one of the things we want to do is making sure, and they're already working on this at the district office, that there's a plan in place to help provide those people who receive the RIF notifications about the resources available, how this affects their PERS, how that they can reach out for unemployment and access all the different resources available. Make sure they understand the recall process, because there is language around if a job becomes available again, you know, they have an opportunity to come back to the district within a certain amount of time. So just making sure everyone is well educated and cared for through this tough employment situation that we have. Communication is key, right? Making sure that all the information is out there, but that it's strategic. Making sure that any communication that goes out is very clear, it's very intentional. Sometimes the idea that less is more, not in holding back, but making sure we're not just overwhelming people and confusing people. And so making sure that there's a really clear plan for all the communication, both from the district, but then also from the building leaders as we come back into the buildings, how buildings are going to look very different with the staffs and how we're doing things. And so making sure that all that communication is vetted and that there's a cohesive communication plan for the entire district. And then really looking, this is an exciting thing, but also a hard thing, looking at what does that look like at the end of August and the beginning of September when staff come back and when students come back? How do we make sure that we make sure we capture the excitement and the fun that comes with the beginning of school, and we don't let this situation take away from the opportunity that we have to work with our kids every single day, and the fact that we're still going to have amazing staff coming back, and we want to welcome them back and not let this weigh us all down. We want to have the excitement for the beginning of school, and let's get back to teaching and learning and having fun with kids and with staff. And then more long-term, the last thing is creating that vision for where do we go from here? Right? This is a season, but how do we use this again to maybe bring us together and then catapult forward in how are we going, who are we in Newburgh Dundee schools? What are we going to be moving forward? How are we going to avoid this in the future, but how are we going to come out of this stronger and better than we were before? So that was our work group. So I'll hand it off to Jen.
Hi, and for work group number 3, there were just a couple of us that worked on this, and this is how do we build community supports? How do we engage with community and bring even more resources into our schools in which people might have availability, but also to support our students in their learning? So one of the first things was to expand behavioral health. And by doing that, we were talking about supporting school counselors with clinical psychologists that come from universities that we currently partner with. And that way there's always a second person around that can help with student needs and help with staff needs as well. Another way was to expand our work study program. We currently have certain universities that send us student teachers, and we actually work with a lot more universities. So how do we engage those other universities in utilizing our schools, which puts additional staff within our buildings? They may be learning, but they're going to be learning from some of the best that are here. There is a return of the Golden Girls, and you'll notice that is quoted. So years and years and years ago, there was a team of retired teachers that would come through at the beginning of the school year, and they would help the elementary schools in doing the beginning of the year assessing of students. We currently do beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year assessing in our reading through our DIBBLS program, which is our reading readiness. And having some people return to that practice, people that have retired that are former reading specialists, even tapping into recently retired people that would be able to help coordinate those efforts would be a huge help and assist to our schools. And then finally, George Fox has always done a wonderful job with their fall service day for us. Is there a way to engage them in doing a spring service day? Is there a way to involve other universities that might be able to come in and do maybe a spring cleanup versus just doing a fall get off the ground? So how do we involve more people in participating in those ways? There were a couple of other additional ideas that came through a little bit later. I did not have a chance to vet those with our partner, but those are things we're also looking into and how other community supports could happen in terms of thinking about supplies and drop-offs. We've done things like fill the school bus at the high school before with school supplies. What if those were buses that were in different various areas that could also be filled? Things like that. So there will be more to come on that, but these were our initial ready to go ideas.
Okay, so I'm representing work group 4, and that's marketing for student retention and enrollment. When things are so difficult, it is easy to want to say everything is horrible. And we know that is absolutely not true. So this work group met briefly and in a matter of moments had an overflowing list of what we could communicate about what is working and working so well in our district. So the first thing that we wanted to do was immediately also get the messaging out that we can provide food and a place for community meet during the summer by all of the different locations where free meals are available for both breakfast and lunch, breakfast in 2 locations and then breakfast lunch only at the other 4 locations. So getting that message out and seeing students and soon to be students, kids that were below the kindergarten age coming and accessing that is a way to highlight how this district is an important pillar within our community. And we have had people question, well, now what? What is this district going to be able to provide our families, our students in the future? And there are so many ways to tell that story. One of the key things that we want to do is find some students who'd be willing, graduate students, who'd be willing to tell us their story. How did the schools here prepare them for what came after high school? We have kids that have been able to be accepted in selected programs, whether it's the Naval Academy, USC down in California, 5% acceptance rates. Our students get there. We should be telling that story. We have kids that are starting their own businesses because they feel so passionate about the community here. They want to contribute and they're ready to go right out of high school to launch into things. We should be telling that story. So our goal is to find some of those profiles, tell the K-12 story here through the kids who have lived it. And we've got people who have already volunteered to do that. So we'll be making those profiles and sharing that. But also next year, we still have a tag program for kids who are accelerating in math, for kids who want extensions in ELA, for kids who want to do extra projects. We still have those and have awesomely dedicated educators who are prepared to provide that for our students. We still have special service programs that meet students where they're at and provide one-to-one work with them, and also all the other needs that are coming to our district on a routine basis that are exceptional needs. We are finding ways to meet that. That's still happening next year. This hasn't gone away. So this group's really focused on highlighting we are growing. We will be growing. It is going to be awesome. This is a dark, horrible moment in preparation of that growth, but we're not going to lose sight of who we are as a district and what we provide all of our students in this district. So we'll be focusing on ways to strategically make sure that people know those things are still happening next year, of course. And a shout out to all of the educators who are staying with us and are preparing already for welcoming students next year. And these are stellar educators and who have devoted not only to making an educational experience that is wonderful for students, but they have contributed so much to our community. And they have plans to go nowhere if we will have them, which is a gift in itself. So we'll be highlighting all of those things.
And that concludes our presentation, unless there's any questions. Are we taking questions?
Well, I would just say that was really wonderful. I think all of the presentations were really great. And Holly, I just really appreciate your optimism because I know that I think, well, I can speak for myself. I've been sitting through a lot of meetings and a lot of heavy information and thinking about how this isn't going to impact everyone. And you're right. I kind of lost sight of how amazing our community is. So appreciate that.
I would also, I feel I've got to face this way. Sorry. Thank you guys for your work. I would like to invite maybe, I think it was Mark, your group in the first week, welcome back. I know the parent groups do a lot of work for that. So if we could find a way to, if there's something that we do district-wide to welcome teachers and staff back, the parent groups are typically willing and already volunteering that week. And I think that they would love to be involved in that effort.
Yeah, I just want to say breath of fresh air. It's so awesome hearing how we're trying to focus on the students and the schools and what we're here to do. And we have been forced to lose sight of that. And so seriously, thank you all so much and everyone who's helped with these work groups, because this is great. These are great ideas that are tangible and give us ways to move forward. So thank you, community, and thank you all of you so much. This was awesome.
Thank you.
But that probably means you get to go home now.
Can I see if you can hear me now?
Okay, so it looks like we have, oh, is Gay Ellen available now?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, that's perfect. Let's hear from,
Oh, quick question. There's more slides apparently from the community stuff. Do we need to talk about those at all? Oh, this is called, oh, I'm sorry. Well, it says budget work. Oh, never mind. I'll be quiet.
So, okay, excellent. Face-to-face communication is the most effective way to communicate. You've heard that adage, if it's important, have a face-to-face conversation about it. And that's what this is about. Obviously, the budget situation is important. And the listening okay. I'm chewing gum too. So, no. So these listening sessions were not intended to have people come and listen to an impassioned speaker, talk about saving a program or saving teachers. But it was a chance for parents, for staff members, community members to share their thoughts with school board members and budget committee members. And it was an opportunity to be heard. We reached out to every staff member, every parent, to community members to provide them with an opportunity to talk with budget committee members and board members. And we had approximately 65 people that took advantage of that opportunity. When people left, they told us that they really appreciated the opportunity to talk with you, to share their concerns, share their ideas. And they said they felt heard. It was a good use of their time. So what did they have to say? And well, clearly these conversations were private conversations for the most part. Board members and budget committee members were stationed at various tables around the room, and folks came and talked to them. But generally, the listeners' comments were that people are expressing their concerns about the budget situation. The awareness is growing. Their concern for increasing class sizes, their concern for, losing teachers and potentially programs. But they're also there to share their suggestions for ways to, maybe recoup some dollars, find some savings, ideas to for resources and for community support. And they also expressed, I think, a lot of appreciation. I think that your time that you spent listening to them was very much appreciated. And I think there was a lot of gratitude that came through comments on the way out. So there are no listening sessions scheduled right now, but that doesn't mean the school district has stopped listening. We're still receiving feedback through the budget feedback email address that's on the website. we're posting questions that people are sending in and their answers on the website. Jillian has created a budget landing page that you can access from the school district homepage. There's a little button on the top left corner that we're maintaining. We're trying to maintain current budget information there. So I would encourage people not only to visit the site for current information, but use that email address, pick up the phone. I know we'll be creating opportunities in the not too distant future for public to come back in and engage. And I want to say thank you very much to each of you who participated and came, and just thank you. Any questions?
Thank you for setting those up. I thought it was a really great use of time to hear people, especially not responding and just, absorbing. I think that it can be difficult, but I think that you get really good information from people when they're allowed to freely talk. And yeah, I mean, I would say it was very nice to see the community come out, and as many people that did come. I was very grateful that there were so many that wanted to come and be a part of making it all better. So thank you to the community for coming out and being a part of that, because I think it was great for me as a board member to get that input.
Yeah. Good. Thanks very much.
Okay, do we want to check in with Galen now?
Okay, can you hear me now? Yes? No? Shoot. Can you hear me now?
No.
Go to the chat. I know they can't.
Is there just a call-in mode for her for this meeting?
It looks like people on Zoom can hear her potentially, or
Oh,
Yes. So
Can you hear us now?
I
Can
can
we hear
hear
you?
you guys. Can you hear me? You still can't hear me.
We're pushing some few buttons over here, so give us a moment.
That's what we have to do.
should we maybe move on to some of the action items? Would it be okay to ask Lisa Freely to come up and so she could actually go home? Lisa, you want to come on up?
Okay, so tonight I have to present to you, you have in your board, your packet, a little spreadsheet that lists complaints that the district has received in the last 3 or 4 weeks. I'll be, kind of generous with the time there. And what I'd like to do is walk you through the facts of them. I've given you some legal guidance in executive session. If you need further legal guidance, we will need to stop the public meeting, exit into executive session. Otherwise, you can just have a discussion on the merits of the complaint and then decide what the next step is. So let us start with the one that was filed on June 20th. It relates to the hiring of the interim superintendent, the individual currently temporarily filling that seat, which is Dr. Radich. And the allegation in the complaint is that you violated a variety of policies which exist in Chapter C that relate to the hiring process that is normally implemented when you're hiring a superintendent. There's a process you go through in terms of collecting data, engaging stakeholders, conducting interviews. It is the process that we used and that the community saw us go through when we hired a permanent replacement that's currently filling that seat, that's currently on leave, which is Dr. Phillips. Right. But it was not the process that was used to fill the interim position that is currently being filled by Dr. Radich. And those policies were identified in the complaint related to temporary administrative assignments, as well as CBB, which is the qualities and qualifications, the actual hiring process. So as at this point, I guess I just need you guys to have a discussion as to whether or not you feel like you have violated that policy. And if so, what is the remedy that you're going to implement, or whether you feel that you didn't violate that policy.
Well, I'm just going to say I believe we did not violate that policy or any policy, and that we are fully within policy and the law. So I am going to recommend that we dismiss this complaint.
I would say that because this isn't a permanent hire, the interim appointment doesn't need to follow the same guidelines that we would do if we were hiring a full-time superintendent. So it just seems convoluted to equate the two processes.
I think especially when, as part of that discussion, we made it clear we needed to do this as an emergency because our sitting superintendent was unavailable. And so we needed to have someone who can sign checks and do all the things that we need to go through, especially in this crisis. So I think it's, frankly, I'll just say I think it's ridiculous that some certain people would expect that we would have gone through a 30, 40-day process when we couldn't operate for a day without one. So.
If I'm in agreement, but I can read Lisa's provided with us a formal motion, and if there's no further discussion, I could read it. I move to dismiss the complaint filed on June 20th that regarding the hiring of interim superintendent, and that to dismiss the complaint.
Second.
Any more further discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. Next.
I have a question. We need to discuss that we have to notify the complainant.
Yeah, just as we have handled, these are all, this particular complaint is under KL and KLAR, which requires the board to now notice. And we've handled a couple of these before where you've delegated a board member to be responsible for developing the written notice. The question's going to be obviously, do you want to write it? And then it comes back and we review it and we can do some of those things because you've got a couple other meetings scheduled this month. So
Would we like to see if Director Wolfer would like to continue his stellar report writing and follow up with these?
Sure, I can do that if the board so wishes.
I so wish.
the danger of being proficient.
Does this require an actual vote?
I think you as consensus, you can just all like nod your head and say, that's great. I don't want to do it.
Is anybody in opposition and would prefer to write the report themselves? No, it feels like we are supporting
So
you.
that's what I have, I believe 20 days from today. Is that correct? Okay.
I believe so. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to go straight down the list. The next one is a complaint that we have received that is formally against Budget Chair Kat McNeil. And the complaint alleges that she failed to disclose a conflict of interest as Budget Chair, given that she is one of the plaintiffs in the Woolsey case that is currently pending in Yamhill County. The complaint, for those that aren't aware of the procedural place where we're at right now, the complaint is at a point where there has been a petition for attorney's fees that has been filed. The petition includes an ask by the plaintiffs for about approximately $60,000. Council did notify the school district, the superintendent at the time. At that point, it was Dr. Phillips, that the potential for the liability does exist and that it needed to be built into the district's legal budget. I hope we aren't writing that check, but it is one that we felt that as your regular ongoing counsel that you needed to kind of plan for, right? I believe that was built into your budget. And so the question then arises as to what was Ms. McNeil's obligation as the budget chair as a result of that. I'm going to tell you that the statute outlines what the conflicts are. And the Oregon Government Ethics Commission is the agency that oversees that. And so at this point, based on the information you have, I think you just need to decide whether or not, and the complaint itself did not cite any particular policy that, school district policy in the complaint that was allegedly violated.
I think also one of the things was the complaint wasn't just against Budget Chair Kat McNeil. It was also against our chair for not
You're correct.
forcing or reminding or whatever. And I think that one of the things we discussed when the last issue came about of whether she should be removed or not was that really the board had no mechanism or authority to do so. And I think that kind of carries here. This is an individual decision. We each have the individual liabilities to declare whether or not we believe there's a conflict of interest, and there's no policy requiring nor ethical responsibility for us to remind others of their potential.
I think that's a very valid point, Director Wolfer. There is nothing in the statute that would have created an obligation for any of you to have notified your budget chair, Ms. McNeil, to declare a conflict if one so exists.
I move to dismiss the complaint filed on, let's see, which one was this? June 20th. About the Kat McNeil's violation of conflict of interest.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Abstain. Motion
This-
carries. Thank you.
And this is another one that requires a written response.
Does.
If the
And
board,
does this one go to OGC? Oh,
No, the
Okay.
next one that we're going to talk
Okay.
so
about.
this would be the same. I could do another one if, okay, I can handle that as well.
So the next one relates to whether or not the Board of Directors on June 11th committed a violation of violating the executive session laws by engaging in a conversation during that executive session over topics which you are not allowed to discuss in the executive session. The allegation of the topic that you discussed that you're not allowed to was the hiring of an interim superintendent, and as well as supposedly allegedly engaging in a conversation over a topic that wasn't noticed on the executive session, which related to the discipline dismissal complaints against a staff member. And so at this point, this is one that will need to have a decision from you as to whether or not, based on the conversations that existed in the executive session, you noticed for a conversation with counsel over litigation and litigation potentially to be filed, as well as to review an exempt document. And the challenge with this conversation now is that you really need to engage in a conversation about whether or not you think you violated the law without disclosing any of the privileged information that you shared or received in that executive session. So.
I'll just say that, no, I don't believe we did. We stayed within the law. We talked in open session what needed to be spoken about, and at the advice, and we followed the noticed ORSs and stayed within those topics, and brought forth to the public what needed to be brought forth to the public, and did not have those topics in exec.
Any further discussion about this one?
And this is the one that needs to have a resolution approved by the board as to your decision so that we can confirm that information to OGEC.
Do you suggest that just read this, the recommendation of the
Sure.
complaint? I move that we accept the recommendation of the complaint. The following resolution is, this resolution,
Oh, point of order. We don't accept the complaint.
oh,
We're
the
accepting the
resolution.
we're gonna, move to
Yeah, I think I
Read
gave
the
you,
resolution.
did I give you an either or?
Okay. That
that we adopt the
we
resolution.
adopt I move that we adopt the resolution. The following resolution is recommended that the board adopt the resolution as complaint as presented. Resolution concerning complaint against Newburgh School Board received on June 20th, 24. Whereas on June 20th, 2024, the district received a complaint against the Newburgh School Board alleging a public meeting violation. 2, on June 11th, 2024, the board met to consult with legal counsel regarding steps for addressing the need for a superintendent because the current superintendent notified the board chair he was going out on leave on June 11th. Not on June 21st, then. June 11th,
Sorry, I can't
2024. During the executive session on June 11th, the district school board received legal counsel concerning its legal responsibilities with the absence of Superintendent Phillips. 4, the complaint sets forth facts and circumstances that are inaccurate without disclosing the legal advice provided by counsel. The only discussion executive session occurred with legal counsel. It did not include a discussion of whom should be hired as an interim superintendent or the discipline or dismissal of employee or to hear a complaint against employee. 5, therefore, it is not sufficient evidence to establish that a public meetings violation occurred. Therefore, so it be resolved. 1, that the board has determined that the complaint filed in June 2024 alleging a violation of public meetings law by the Newburgh School Board is unsubstantiated. And 2, the superintendent or designee will communicate the board's decision as required. End of resolution.
I second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries.
Okay, let's move on to the next one. The next one relates to an allegation of a violation, not of a executive session, but of a public notice requirement. that was tied to a June 24th meeting that you had where you had a budget hearing scheduled and then you adjourned into, after the budget hearing, into an executive session. Both my review of the information is that both were posted. The budget meeting was posted for 5:30. The executive session was posted to start at 6. The budget hearing ended up completing early. You were done. Yeah, I guess you had one person who came up to testify and then you waited another 5 minutes or 10 minutes or so. And then from there adjourned about 15 minutes early into an executive session. So you went in at 5:45 instead of 6. And that is what triggered the complaint and the allegation of the violation of the notice requirements.
So as part of the discussion, as these are not separate meetings, that was the complainant's misunderstanding. It was all one big meeting. One of the things we've discussed, or we can discuss to help this moving forward, is kind of like on tonight's agenda, putting executive session at 5 followed by regular session. Moving forward, when we have meetings with multiple parts, we will list the initial time and then immediately following or followed, or some language so that people know that when one portion is ended, we will move to the next.
I move to dismiss the complaint about the starting of the executive session prior to 6 p.m. on June 24th, 2024.
Anybody want to second that?
Second.
Any further discussion? Not all in favor? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Is this one that needs our written?
This is the one that is under KL and requires a written response.
All right, I'll add
Your
that to the
job's
file.
getting bigger.
I'll add it to the pile.
Okay, I'm going to I'm going to combine the next two because while they relate to different dates, they are exactly the same allegation. The facts, but for the date, are the same. The complaint was filed on July 2nd, and it is related to the listening sessions that the board engaged in on July 27th, and actually June 27th and July 1st. I'll get those dates right. Let's not rush the month of June along. Anyway, the allegations are that you failed to properly notice the meeting by posting an agenda and a variety of other indicators that it was a public meeting. I was able to ascertain that there was a posting on the website that went out. There was also information that went out to parents and media was present. I was able to find a variety of articles that were carried by the Newburgh Graphic and some of the other media that actually had pictures of it and were present at the event. I also ascertained that the full board wasn't present, although you had 4 or 5 board members at each of the board meetings, and you sat at individual tables, not with each other, in terms of how you operated during that meeting.
I was going to say, I mean, I think that it's clear that it wasn't a board meeting. It was a listening session, but I think that we can learn something about trying to be more proactive of making sure that we don't have more than 3 of us at any given thing, to coordinate that better, just to prevent any types of perception that something bad is happening.
I think another thing too is if we are like, it may be important sometimes for listening sessions if we do want to have more than 3. So we could also throw an agenda and there could be one item that says listening session and put it on there. So, but sitting at separate tables, I think as long as we're not making a discussion and we just have that little extra step of transparency can help. But yeah, I don't think this violated anything.
Okay, I move to dismiss the complaints filed on July 2nd For the failure to notice board work session, listening sessions on June 27th and July 1st as public meetings.
Second.
Any further discussion on this one? Not? All in favor? Carries, motion carries.
Both KL.
Indeed it is.
Was that it? Are we?
I believe there's one
Oh,
final
the
one.
one final one. Yes, that's right.
That isn't gonna require, we received a complaint on July 3rd related to whether or not a staff member had properly a volunteer. You're correct. Thank you. Terminology will be important. A volunteer had completed the criminal background check process prior to starting volunteer activities. And it relates back to a time when there was some information shared by this individual with a staff member in May. So it was a phone call. April, even farther back than that. It was April and wasn't on site, and a criminal background check was completed prior to the volunteer being in any of the school buildings or and hasn't had any contact with kids, which is the other component of it.
The only other comment is that individual, prior to the background check, because of the emergency we had in terms of communications, was in two offices that, only two offices within the district office, and there are no children at the district office.
And I don't believe there's any school policy or school board policy that requires that if someone's in the superintendent's office, they have had to have a background check. I think you can have parents, you can have other people. There's meetings often with city officials and things, so.
I think according to board policy, you don't have to respond to this. Dr. Radish
You
took care of
don't.
it. and-
Response, we're just
and
letting you know that the
Dr. Raj,
response has been provided,
Yeah.
and we have explained those facts to the complainant in hopes to resolve that complaint.
So not KL.
Not, well, it is, but the superintendent responded.
Got it. Okay, I'll take this one off my list.
Off your list.
Lisa, thank you very much for your assistance with this. Ballpark, how many hours did that take you to help us pull all this together? I think it's important for the community to understand where our resources are going.
I spent about 5 days working on it. So, I mean, there, it required, I did include, part of that 5 days was also responding to some of the public records requests.
Of which there are
issues.
14.
Yeah, so we had one that had worked its way up to an appeal to the district attorney's office. And so that needed more immediate response. So between these complaints and the public records issues, I spent about 5 days working on these.
Well, and this is a monumental workload addition to our board secretary. So I think some appreciation to the work that you've done on these. I'm sorry that you're having to go through them. We're back in a phase where we're getting inundated by an individual with public records requests that are mostly one individual. Just so the public understands, there's a lot of resource and energy and time going to help fix problems that we're identifying in the district. And I'm so amazed by the generosity of people in the community coming forward. So I would like to say a big thank you to them on that and really appreciate all your help with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, for your help.
Okay, so in addition to that hour that we spent in executive session and quite a bit of time on these complaints, time to move forward to some other business. Do we have? Okay, Ellen.
Can you hear me now?
Ooh, we can hear a
Yes.
little bit.
Okay. Any better?
Hooray.
We can hear you great.
I will yell into the microphone if I have to. Okay, well, good evening, board. The first update I had was on our financial position. Nothing has changed. Currently, we're still looking at approximately a negative $1.7 million ending fund balance, which is what I reported at the last budget board meeting. The budget update is, as Paula stated, we've been working on a new staffing allocation model, which allocates positions from all funds to each of the schools based on enrollment for most of the allocations. This includes special education and ELL allocations based on those specific student counts. We are increasing the student to teacher ratios at all levels. We are also adjusting classified positions at the schools based on enrollment needs, except for custodial, which is being made on a square footage basis per national school district metrics. This process has been a great review of all current allocations and what needs to be done to right size our schools to our enrollment numbers, which have been decreasing while our staffing has been increasing. As Paula stated, there have been many allocations that were disparate between schools of similar sizes. So we are now making those all very transparent. Anyone could pick up the allocation model and know exactly what a school should be getting in almost every category. So positions in other funds such as Title I, Student Investment Account, High School Success, and other special funds are being based on the specifics of those grants and the grant awards for next year. We are balancing all the allocations to the total reductions needed in the adopted budget for the 24-25 fiscal year. This is a bit fluid process, as you know, we still have bargaining is not complete, and there are other moving pieces still happening. We have a meeting scheduled for Thursday to discuss these allocations with school administrators and hope to have the allocations finalized so that the staffing process can begin as soon as possible. Are there any questions on that piece of what I have?
I'd like to just make a comment. Ellen has done yeoman's work in hours and hours and hours. In fact, staying up till 4:30 in the morning, some mornings just and days and days and days of working through all this. And I just can't thank her enough for her service to this district. It's amazing work. And she's maintained her professionalism and her work ethic. But without her work, we would be even further behind in getting this work done. So I really want to extend my appreciation to Galen for her work. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula.
So are we moving on now to the enterprise zone?
We can do that.
Okay.
So you have in front of you a recommendation for the approval of the enterprise zone using a 15% school support fee rate. And I hope I haven't lost you because I just lost all video.
We still hear you.
Okay, good. So I believe that it is smart to move forward with this. And the 15% rate is based off of, there's really only one other school district that has one right now, and that is Hillsborough. The funds go to a state pool, so it doesn't make sense to have it too high at all. And we want it low so that we can attract people to Newburgh. So that's my recommendation.
Galen, can you describe what this is? I've read through it, but can you describe a little bit more about what this does and the 15% and what that's assessed on? So
the 15% is assessed on the final 2 years if someone who's applied for the enterprise zone, a business that has applied for the enterprise zone, if they go past the 3-year mark in needing to have their taxes abated for another 2 years because they're continuing to build and add in those final 2 years, then the 15% is a a rate assessed on those improvements for those final 2 years that then goes into the state school fund, a portion of the state school fund that is distributed out again to all districts across the state. It's the abatement of taxes for a maximum of 5 years, and it's only on the new construction that is happening.
And it's just on new construction. Let me read through this again. Sorry.
That's correct. It's on the new construction that they've requested for the new jobs. It has to fit several categories, so it has to provide a certain number of jobs. It has to, meet all the qualifications of the enterprise zone. We would give up only the property taxes on the new construction for between 3 or 5 years. It may only be for a year. It depends on how long the project takes. And the 15% rate only kicks in for the 4th and or 5th year.
Just a reminder, this was presented by the city planner and Newburgh's city manager at our previous board meeting. And they've been here twice to present to the board. And their goal for this is to bring businesses into the enterprise zone, which is mainly at the old mill site. And so having the school board approve it is beneficial to the city.
And I also at one point, I remember asking, so this was not something where we will, by voting on this, we're not losing any money that we already have. This is just agreeing that on those new businesses or existing businesses that bring the new construction, that we'd be giving up some possible future money in order to attract new businesses and therefore attract more families and more kids to bring in higher enrollment. But we're not actually giving up any money that we already have. It would just be potential future money.
That's correct. And we wouldn't be giving up the appreciation of any of the current value of the property that we're taxing right now either.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions for Galen about this? Anybody like to entertain a motion?
I move that the Newburgh Dundee School District 29J Board of Directors approve the district's participation in the enterprise zone redesignation at a school support fee rate of 15%.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I would just like to briefly say that I appreciate the efforts of the city on this. I know that it came at a time where our focus was elsewhere, but this is a real sort of eyes on the prize move for us. I think economic development for the city is only going to benefit our district, and I appreciate their efforts.
Thanks. So we have first a second. Sorry, I keep tapping on this. I'm calling for the vote. All in favor? Okay, motion passed. Thank you. And Dr. Radish, will you follow up with the city? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Galen. Glad we were able to finally get you on.
Me too.
Okay, we might as well just move you on to resolution 2401, authorizing deposit and withdrawal.
So you have two resolutions in front of you that deal with deposits and withdrawals. They're required each year to establish these depositories and set a borrowing limit for the deputy clerk. And that's the first one. The second one is also required each year. And that resolution specifically is for the local government investment pool, because monies go in and out of that between all of our other depositories. So those are the first two. And I'm gonna describe all three at once because I think it shouldn't be too difficult. The third one is to designate the district appointments, which is also done every year. So that's for the chief administrative officer, custodian of funds, authorizers of purchase orders, federal grant representatives, deputy clerk, and budget officer. It also lists who our district legal counsel is, who our auditor is, and our insurance agent of record. And then the final resolution that I'm bringing forward is for all of the Wells Fargo checking accounts at the building level, all of the signers, those that are being added and removed, and a list of all those that are remaining. So those are the four financial resolutions that I'm bringing forward tonight.
I'd like to do one point of clarification. The title on the very
Yes.
first one is 2024-01, but in the body it does say 2501.
Thank you. I didn't catch that.
On the resolution 2025-03, where it lists legal counsel, under 4 WEC, I think it'd be helpful to put down, since we use them often, Michael Blade. He's also legal counsel there. And since Lisa Freely is attempting to retire, she would appreciate having the new hire on the list.
Do we need to have the names of the attorney? I appreciate that, but do we need to have the names of the attorneys? Because we have also utilized other WESD attorneys when recommended by either Christine Nesbitt or Lisa Freely. So I was just wondering if we have to have the WESD legal names listed, and we're getting Dr. Radich is nodding her head.
I will defer to Galen, but
Okay.
I believe that in the past, we have not indicated names.
Oh, that you have not.
We have not,
Okay.
unless an individual has their own practice, private practice.
Okay. So it sounds like we can maybe not list the individual attorneys.
That is correct.
Okay.
So cross them out.
So we can just cross them. Another question, because I'm new here. Do we have to read these resolutions out loud
By title only.
by title only?
I think the only reason we had to read the other one was because it was not publicly noticed, whereas
Okay.
these are all in the packet.
So that's all in the motion. Perfect. Thank you, everyone, for your help.
I move that the Newburgh School District Board of Directors adopt resolution 2025-01, a resolution authorizing deposit, withdrawal, and borrowing of funds by title only.
Second.
Any further discussion? Call for the vote. All in favor? Motion passed. Thank you.
I move that the Newburgh School District Board of Directors adopt resolution 2025-02, a resolution authorizing deposit and withdrawal of funds by title only.
Second.
Any further discussion? Call for the vote. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you.
I move that the Newburgh School District Board of Directors adopt resolution 2025-03, a resolution establishing designated school district appointments, financial auditors, and legal counsel by title only, with the amendment of scratching out WESD attorneys by name.
Second.
Any further discussion? Call for the vote. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you.
I move that the Newburgh School District Board of Directors approve and designate the depository signatures for fiscal year 2024-2025 as listed.
Second.
Any further discussion? Not?
Yeah, I've got a question. Am I reading this right, that we're taking off Dr. Phillips? And what's the reason for that?
No, we should.
I believe that's just because he's on leave and can't do anything during that time. So if correct me if I'm wrong, but this would be something that if and when he returns, we would have to revisit this.
That would be correct.
So this is normal that whenever somebody goes on medical leave, that we take them off if they're signatories?
Well, they can't sign. They're not here. They're not able to sign checks because they're not present.
Understood, but is that the normal procedure if somebody goes on medical leave and they're a signatory, that we take them off and then re-add them?
I believe it's because they can't do any work during that time.
This should also cover us from a liability standpoint, not saying he's gonna do any wrongdoing, but in case he did, this would stop it from happening, or at least from that perspective.
It is not a difficult process to change that back.
Okay. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, I think we got through all of those. So now we're to the Finance Advisory Committee proposal. Director Woodward?
Was that it for Galen?
Yes.
I believe
I
so.
think Galen, is that all that?
That's
needed to be-
everything for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sticking with us in our technology challenges.
Thank you. Just wanted to point that out so she
I
could get off
appreciate
the
that.
call.
Thank you.
Claire Hertz and I met together, and one of the recommendations throughout this budget crisis is that the Newburgh Dundee Public Schools would have a finance advisory committee. And Claire did a lot of work on this, and we edited it together. And the purpose of this is to have, more eyes on the budget throughout the whole school year. And we looked at other districts' financial advisories and decided this would what we would recommend for the Newburgh Dundee School District, and that it would consist of 2 board members and then 2 budget committee members who would be the chair and vice chair of the budget committee, or their designee. If neither one of them wanted to serve, then someone else in the budget committee would serve. And then 3 community members. And the 3 community members, this wasn't in the packet, but we use the adaptation for people who are applying to be a board member, and adapted it that, they would apply and submit their application. And then the 2 board members that are on the committee would sort through those and then do interviews for their top 3 or so. Because we thought we don't have any idea how many people might want to apply. What if there were 15 or something? And so the applications would come in, and then the board members would do the app and do the appointments. So that's all in your packet. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer them. We spent a little bit of time on this.
So what are you looking for tonight for the board to vote to establish the committee first?
Yes, we need the board to establish committee, and then if you establish this committee, I think it would be appropriate then for the board chair to appoint 2 board members to serve on the committee. And then we actually have the application would go online for community members. I mean, we've had several community members who've actually spoken in open session and say they would like to volunteer on the finance things. And if they wanted to apply, Tabitha will put it online, and she'll collect the applications, and we put on it by July 29th on that application, so that they could be appointed and people could start the budget committee or the finance advisory committee could start meeting, and hopefully they meet 4 times a year minimum.
Okay, so maybe we start with establishing it. So
We need an emotion to-
I move that the Newburgh Dundee Public School Board of Directors establish the Finance Advisory Committee as presented by Director Woodward.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I guess going through the last couple of months, it just highlights to me the need for more extensive training on budget. Dr. Radich, what is your I guess vision with this committee? I mean, the board, you know, each month would review the finances and then just highlighted that, you don't know what you don't know. So is there a vision to get more extensive training on finance with this, this committee along with the rest of the board members?
This is a product of the board, not Dr. Radich. So I would defer to Director Woodward to answer that. I will tell you this, and budget preparation should begin for the following year no later than October preceding that following spring. And that includes the major budget account holders to be meeting with the superintendent and finance director to establish parameters and budget assumptions, which must be based on fact. I don't see evidence that that has occurred. So at the minimum, those kinds of things should begin, and the budget committee really needs to meet sooner than they are currently. I would defer again to Director Woodward in terms of the vision for this advisory, as I was not present when this came about.
This came about largely from Claire Hertz and other members of the Community Budget Committee. That they felt like there needed to be more oversight and that this gives more opportunity. And so the responsibilities to look at besides the board, that they would look at financial records, review the state funds, and it goes into more things like more planning, like long-term capital gains and undertaking of debt. And Claire Hertz, as you know, who serves on the budget committee, she's the vice chair, and she has worked with other districts that have financial advisory committees. And it's kind of, I guess I would take it as one more safety guard that have more eyes on the budget.
And I think you had to make a good point there, Director DeHart, that what you don't know, what you don't know. And at least from my understanding, or at least what I would hope, is that the community members that step forward would be those people that would know, because we don't. And I think that that would be part of it, is they could help train, they could help provide that expertise from the community. And, you know, if CPAs or things like that want to step forward, and people that know what they're doing and can tell us what we don't know.
As you can read, it will be a public meeting, would follow laws, it'd be recorded, minutes would be taken, so it's all in the public domain.
Any further discussion? Call for the vote. Do we have a second? We did, yeah. So call for a vote. All in favor? Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. Thank you.
So the next thing on that, Chair Bridges, would be for you to appoint, you don't have to do it right now, but talk with board members and 2 board members who would serve as the committee chair and vice chair for this.
Well, we're all here. That night is young. Do I have any board members who are interested in being on the finance committee? I am not opposed to setting this over for next month to vote. So if anybody really wanted to speak up or, reach out to me, be happy to entertain that.
Well, I think many eyes were pointed to me at one point, this subject come up, so I will volunteer my services for this.
Could I appoint you as chair
Sure.
in my newfound power? I'm going to take it seriously. Well, you're so appointed. Bing, I wish I had a bump bump. Okay. Well, we have a chair. Is there anybody on this group that would like to be the vice chair? Don't all speak up at once. Is this where I get to appoint somebody if I just get to say? Okay. We're gonna give that some thought, and reach out to Jeremy if you want to talk a little bit more about it. I think it's a really important role, and definitely we have seen that the budget process is very complicated for schools. And I appreciate the advice about getting started earlier. And so I think this will just really just aid our board and our community. So, all right, I'll expect to hear somebody volunteer. Sorry. Okay, Dr. Radich, the night is young, but it is starting to fade. You're last up on this agenda.
Thank you. So at the June 24th meeting of the Board of Directors, I indicated that I would be coming to you at this meeting requesting an opportunity to propose a forensic audit services. So the purpose of this is to determine the causes and practices that led to our current situation. It is critical that we balance our budget. However, it is also critical that we know and understand fully the root causes and why the board, staff, and patrons were not made aware of a significant budget deficit until May 14th, 2024. So forensic audits are frequently or often requested for one of the following. Sorry. So forensic audits are often requested for one or more of the following reasons. One, that turnover has occurred and account balances are not what they should be, either positively or negatively. Or reconciliation procedures result in timing differences or unidentified differences, or they don't reconcile at all. So my proposal is that there are auditing firms and individuals who specialize in forensic audits. And that the proposal is to develop a request for forensic audit services that would include the scope of the forensic audit to include but not limited to the following topics: purchase services and vendors, general professional services, including contracts, grant reconciliation, hiring practices, and bank accounts. That's the recommendation for this evening.
Do we have a motion?
I move that the Newburgh Dundee School District 29J Board of Directors authorize interim superintendent Dr. Paula A. Radish and interim director of finance Galen Jacobson to develop a request for forensic audit services of the Newburgh Dundee School District finances.
Second.
Call for discussion.
Yeah, Dr. Radich, so are you gonna be coming back to us with a cost, and what's the desired outcome of this?
Yes, I will be coming back to the board for cost and most likely ask for your approval before, and also give you a proposal in terms of the potential vendors for this service. The outcome is to get to the bottom of what happened. And the outcome is also to know, to learn what we don't know. We continue to find anomalies in the budget. We need to know why. And we do not know the answers to some of these anomalies.
So I guess one other question, and I think when we met in your office, I asked the question, we've had audits done, was it by Polly Rogers and Company that does our audits?
Correct. Those audits generally look at whatever the input in the system is and whether that checks out. Those audits generally do not do a deep dive into the origins of all of the revenues. They do some. This is a very specific deep dive into specific areas where the district has discovered some anomalies and wishes more information. They may need to go back a couple of years to determine that.
Is this a formal sort of RFP where firms are going to propose what they could do for us? Or is there a firm that we are?
I think there's a more informal way to accomplish this. Talking to Gail, and she identified 3 or 4 individuals who are CPAs who have actually had school district experience. A number of auditors conduct forensic audits, but have had no K-12 experience. We have to have someone who knows how the system works. So we do have some names, and there probably are others. We just basically need approval to put together some type of a proposal. It won't be as formal as a request for proposal that you would see for typically a large amount of funding, but we do need to capture what the estimated costs are. The district would have to pay for this. I don't know of any other mechanism to pay for this audit.
And at the time that we can enter into that agreement, could we have some sort of estimate for the community of when the timeline of the audit so that the community members can anticipate when some answers may come our way?
Possibly, however, we don't know what we don't know. And sometimes there's nothing to discover. Other times, maybe some trails lead to other trails, and we need to have them have the freedom to do their work. This board cannot rest easy until we know the answers to our questions, or we understand why the anomalies exist.
Thank you. I agree.
Well, and I think we can add in some, updates, along the way as they may become fruitful.
Yeah. Yes, I think as you understand, these audits are they're sensitive because obviously there are individuals that are involved in putting budgets together. And, for example, when I was superintendent, I was involved in putting the budget together. So we have to be really thoughtful as to how we do this, and we need to be thorough. My recommendation would be that while we can say that they're in process, I do not believe it would be appropriate to give specific updates until the work is concluded. And then I think we need a chance to review whatever comes of that. And then the board needs to determine what, if anything, needs to be done.
Okay, are we ready to vote? All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to quickly move into the board, student representative and superintendent comments. Director, Dr. Radich, would you like to start?
I think I'm done.
Okay. And then we'll just go around and.
So we want to start with the student reps?
No, I think what we'll do is we'll let them see what we do in this meeting. And that way you'll, yeah. So you're
you
up.
want me to start? Okay.
Yep.
Well, didn't really prepare anything, so I'll keep it short. Just want to thank you to those in the community who stepped up to volunteer their time, including all of our interims and those who came to the listening sessions and who continue to provide valuable feedback and volunteering that, we'll get through this. It's going to be hard times, but we'll get through it as a community. And I'm really heartened to see the community stepping up and allowing all of us to shift our focus back on the students. So thank you to the community for coming together. That's all.
I will echo that and say that thank you to the public for showing up during summertime. A little bit more exciting than I think we planned, but it's really great in all of these different situations to see people investing their time, investing their efforts in trying to help our schools, help our kids, and help us figure out what we should be going. So thank you all.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, Dr. Radich, I like to hear what you were saying tonight about finding ways of improving efficiencies in the systems. Sometimes there's a lot of waste in government, and when you're in the civilian sector, and I've been in both, if you want to survive in the civilian sector, you have to continue to improve. And so I hope that you're able to be successful in that and finding best known practices and use I guess systems out there that have been developed. Schools have been around for a long time. You'd think that that would be pretty standard practice, but hopefully you can get us improved in those areas.
I want to say thank you for Deb being elected as the chair for next year, and for James, vice chair. I think you'll do a great job, and I appreciate the support that the board gave me this year. And maybe I feel more freedom to say this, not chair, but I feel disappointed that Dr. Radish and other people have talked about we need to get not them versus us, but to we. And I fear with all of these complaints and requests for public record, we're a long ways from we. And as you know, it took a lot of executive session tonight and a lot of the board meeting time because if we do something wrong, it is the public's responsibility to, hold us accountable. But sometimes it feels like, as elected volunteers, it's like there's a dartboard and someone's waiting for you to do something wrong and trying to find out exactly what they can do to make it more difficult. And so I really hope that, and we've talked about this last year and this year, that eventually we can get to where we're really discussing what is best for students and be a we community for students and the teachers and the staff.
I really like the we community. I think we're going to need to adopt that. So I would like to thank Nancy for her leadership this last year. I threatened to move in with her because I was going over to her house for meetings, and we've been inseparable. I have gained a lifelong friend. I don't know if she's going to be able to shake me very easily, but I really appreciate your leadership through this year. And I know that this next year you will also contribute mightily. I loved the listening session. I was a little hesitant because I thought maybe we would get just a lot of, anger and frustration. Maybe people have sort of moved on to the next phase of grief. But the folks that I talked to on both nights just really came with some great ideas. And more than the great ideas was the willingness to pitch in. I thought, and I've had other people, reach out and say, hey, even my Rotary Club is interested in mowing lawns or painting buildings or, figuring out some ways to, engage and be helpful. Because this is I think that the public records request is deceptive. I think it is a reflection of some dissatisfaction with the five of us getting elected, but it's also it's a distraction. And I think and I'm just going to say this, and I think it's designed to be a distraction. And we're not going to let that stop us from doing the important work. And we know that we have very robust meetings when we're hitting the mark. And we've talked about this, of the 70% of our agenda needs to be talking about what are we doing for the kids? What are the challenges that we're facing? How are we going to fix those in the school? And until we get into that 70% mark, we can't have an expectation that our students are going to be thriving and that our schools are going to be efficient. So we have to stay the course and stay focused. And those distractions on that form that Nancy so gracefully put together, we'll handle them. And I have all the faith that our fabulous board secretary will guide us through it. So thanks for the listening session. Very excited for the new additions to our board and looking forward to a really productive year. That this time next year, we'll have some different things to talk about.
Yeah, I echo Directors Woodward and Bridges about the complaints and requests. I think it is just causing busy work. We're not getting to what we need to focus on, which is the children, and moving us through this next year, which is no daunting task. It's a daunting task. I don't know what the right word is. Explain it. So it's daunting, right? I told people after last meeting, people come to me, how, are you doing okay? Whatever. And I was emotional, but I have to say though, it was good. We have a hard challenge in front of us, and I knew this was gonna be a hard challenge running for the board and then winning. But I did not expect this. This is colossal. So yeah. Listening sessions were great. One thing that stuck out with me is a group of ladies came and talked. And I think some of the concerns were wondering why people or why students are why we're losing students is also maybe the same factor of why we're not gaining students. They explicitly know multiple families. I think just between the three of them, they said they knew easily of 10 families that they moved to Newburgh. And the reasons why they didn't actually enroll their students in Newburgh, they either kept them at the previous schools, so they are willing to commute back to their old school districts, or they chose online, charter, or whatever. Is basically probably the same problems we're facing and why we're losing them. So I think my hope is once we find out what that is and correct that, that we will start gaining and then also keep retaining students, which hopefully, and I know that's not no easy feat, especially with this next year, but hopefully in the next few years, we'll be able to turn the tides and get on the right path. Kind of association with that, thanks for everyone that to their wants, help, desire to move us forward. It means a lot. And we'll definitely use you if you're wanting to help out. And the only last thing I have to say is I'm gonna be missing next month's meeting because I'll be on a cruise. So
Good for you.
yes, thank you.
I too want to express gratitude for everyone who keeps showing up in so many different ways for the students and for the staff. I was especially touched by everyone who showed up to the listening sessions. I know as a teacher, it is not an easy task to close up your classroom for the year and then show up and rehash every feeling you've had in the last couple weeks. So that was a big ask, and I appreciate their input. I also really appreciated a handful of students that I was able to speak to, including an elementary student who was just quite articulate, and I really appreciated hearing that student's perspective. But other than that, I just want to thank the board for their warm welcome during this interesting time, and also welcome our students. Great job sitting through a whole meeting. I am learning alongside you, and I'm sure this year will be an adventure for all of us.
I would like to say that I'm very pleased that discussion has gotten to points where we're talking about getting student enrollment up, where I'd like to thank you, Dr. Radich, for the work you've been doing with the efficiency of budget and improving. These are tough things to do, but I see that we're taking steps towards the goal. We can see the goal, and this year will definitely be tough, but this meeting has definitely made me more optimistic. The budget work groups were also very nice to see, and I think those things they proposed for helping with our budget issue will definitely be helped by the enormous number of channels of communication in our community, with communication getting out all those ideas and things they proposed. I'm looking forward to it. I'm optimistic, certainly after this.
I want to say thank you to all of you who volunteer your time to do this, because I'm excited to volunteer my time, and sorry, I don't have a lot of words, but I've watched the last couple of meetings, and it didn't seem like there was anything happening that really affected me. And it was really nice to see all of those things that you guys passed that will affect me and are doing the things that I'd like to see.
All right. Well, we are going to retire into executive session again. I wonder, this is a time of executive session, and media is not allowed. We still are I guess I should just say, what were you gonna say? That we're going into executive session under 2D. Thank you. And we will come back to close out the meeting, but I don't expect any of you to stay. All we're going to be doing is saying adjourn. So, thank you. We'll Okay, we are re-adjourning and adjourning. We're coming back to our meeting from our executive session, and now we are adjourning the meeting. Good night. Thank you.